Welcome everyone to today's event. Well, this is a cool track. Chickens go cluck, cows go moo, all the silly animals including you. So, hopefully Blue Dragon will join us. I don't know if anyone else is.
Blue Dragon's already here.
Blue Dragon just showed up. Hi, Blue Dragon. How are you?
He was here long enough to hear you singing.
Great. How terrible was it?
Don't quit your day job.
Oh, I wasn't planning on it.
How we doing?
I'm doing. How about you?
Doing good. Just got done with my food. Was taking it to the trash.
Yay!
The scrap, that is.
Oh, I thought you bought it just to put it in the trash.
You loaded up good to go, so I can log in and see if this is going to work.
Should be. I'm trying to check if... Yeah, super strength working. That was one thing that wasn't working last time when I first jumped in.
I can't get my super strength to work on mine when I'm by myself. And I can't get the auto load trailers to like that set of auto load trailers. I can't get none of them to work. I had to go and I got another mod with just one trailer by itself. And it works.
Sorghum is 81%, 80 to 81%, so 80 mostly.
Hey,
yield bonus, and it's still growing.
Working on big techs. Of course, he don't know I was here. I hadn't said anything, but just watched while I was eating.
Yeah, I did so too. I stopped when I'm doing this because I didn't think what he was doing would fit too well with what we're doing. Sunflowers are still growing. And let's go check our... Can I not jump there? There he goes. Just before I bring everyone in, I'm just quickly checking everything to make sure things are still moving along as expected. Oat is still growing, so yeah. I think August, so next month I think is when we actually do the harvesting. We did our furniture sales and lumber sales, if I remember correctly, yeah, last time. So we need to get some more lumber and then get some more trees growing. But hey, we have one thing of furniture already made, and we're working on more. I do think the furniture is a decent choice for us to make. It seems to do well. Oh, I forgot. This isn't loading these, is it? Or is it because it turned off? Nope. It's not working to auto-load the maple, now that I remember.
So is there something special we're supposed to hit to make the auto load for the maple to be on?
I don't know. It worked for the other one, but for some reason, this one, it's not working.
Since the maple, I haven't gotten to work on any trailer I've had.
Well, it worked on that one that we had.
But my solo game, I have nothing.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
I know, right?
I didn't do anything special to get mine working. I downloaded them and ran it.
They were working for a while. I feel like there's a mod that's messing something up because they're not even showing up as if they're auto-load trailers anymore for me.
Did you buy the non-auto-load trailer version? Because there's a non-auto-load trailer and an auto-load trailer. I don't know.
And triple check.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me, I need to mute you again. Can I... Oh, you decided to save on me. No wonder. I need to volume you to mute. There we go. We almost have a full load of maple syrup too, which I kind of think we need to get the other trailer. I did this one because it actually works better for going uphill and stuff, but the problem is it's not auto-loading, which is very nice because then we don't have to sit there sticking it all on.
I've tried the big trailer. I've tried the little pull trailers. That whole set, nothing works for me on the auto load with the maple. And not having super strength either, I have to do it the true way.
Isn't that the fun way?
I mean, I'm okay for realism, but...
Do you want to hit straps down for a minute? Since you're in the truck.
Straps?
Yeah, turn the straps off. And then turn them back on. Did you turn it back on? And off and on? Because it didn't look like it held it. Maybe it did. There it goes. Now you can turn it back on. There it goes. I want to make sure this top one here got strapped in so it doesn't accidentally fall off or something. Cool. Alright. Welcome in, everyone, to today's fun. We already have Dragon in here, as you heard. He was in the truck and then ran away. Apparently we scared him.
Right? Yeah, I took off.
It's all good, man. All good. What? So, we got gas, we have repair, we can't paint, but we can wash. We need to get some more wood. Is your super strength working today?
What's something to try to pick up?
Well, if you look in the top left corner, it should say, when you look at something, it should say super strength. When you aim at it. And then if you have super strength on, you should be able to, lift a truck. Oh yeah, we built the shed here so you can put the bigger items that weren't fitting in there. I believe we are out of, yeah, you're out of materials to make planks. We doing alright there? Yay, nay?
No super strength on my end.
Get some hay. I don't know why. I think it's something wrong with your system. You said to not allow it or something. Because it works for everyone else who's playing, just not you. You know the everyone else we're playing with?
That's a big list.
Isn't it?
See, I had it working like right when I first started, but I don't know, like a mod got installed or I don't know what happened, and I haven't seen it since.
No, turn back. Why are you acting all weird? Is it because you're not trimmed? Nope, I don't want that. I want this. And okay, so we can pull it this way a bit to make sure it's all fully in, because we don't want to lose any. And we're going to go ahead and drop that off so it can start working. And we'll go grab some more. I'm doing some lumberjacking. I don't know if you want to do that too, or if you want to go do one of the other dozen things we need to do.
What all do we need to do?
Well, we need to keep an eye on the fields, make sure they're good. Get the harvest equipment so that we can harvest them, I think next month. Could be wrong. You can check that. And then we need to keep an eye on all the other things going on.
Where's the water truck? The water truck? What you using for the water truck now?
The pickup truck. There's a water tank that goes in the back of the pickup truck.
What's in it at the moment?
Water. The water tank has water in it. As far as I know, we haven't put anything else in it. Did you put something else in it?
I was just making sure you have it.
I haven't used it since I put water in it. You gonna distribute water?
Yeah, I'm gonna refill up all these over here for the maple.
Last I knew, the maple didn't seem like it was low. Doesn't hurt to top it off. I'm trying to clear these trees so we can plant new trees. And that way we can keep the cycle of production going. Most people farm plants, we farm trees. This is 3.7 tons, according to this. And this one is 1.5. So that one apparently is a lot more dense than this one because they're about the same length. 31.5. 33.7, so slightly longer, but quite a bit more mass. I think we're going to have to trim the branches of this one so we can actually see what we're doing though. This is a spruce. So spruce is good. I do think the other hardwood trees were actually even as much or more. So, something to consider. No, don't do that. I can't see. Alright, let's go back. Yeah. And wasn't working there for a minute. Doesn't seem to like activating inside the cell zone. I was trying to nudge you more diagonal, not shove you out of the area. Yep. There we go, and then we can get this one in. And take the branches off so we can see things just a little better. Of course, we somehow catch it and start making it move. Great demand for maple syrup. You want to go sell it?
Yeah, as soon as I finish loading the water tanker back up.
I'll go sell it then. It's fine. I don't mind.
I'm almost done. I'm at 77%.
When you grab the other maple syrup we have here, it should be above like its highest point. At least it was last time we had great demand, which is interesting that we are getting these great demand for maple syrup. I don't mind. It's just odd. Not what I expected.
Great demands means money.
Exactly. That is precisely why I do not mind. I'm grabbing the other ones to throw on the truck so that we can, you know, sell all of them that we have. So you're going to want to re-belt them when you get there. Well, once I get this last one on. And there isn't a last one. Never mind. Let me check the actual price and make sure it is proper high demand, not just higher than normal. Where is it? There it is. 27? It's not really above its high, so I wonder almost if we should wait. Because 27.19 is its standard, and it's at 27.22. So it's a little above, but we got 3,000 for it before. What do you think? Well, we have enough of it. Let's go sell it. We could use the money. It's above its highest point. It's still decent. And we'll just save up for January. Alright, autoload. Back online. 2 pallets of furniture. And we have... Nice. Wood is loading. If you want to swap the trailer you have on there for the standard tractor trailer, truck trailer, the other one holds more, so I kind of was going to use it for furniture to store it up, but we don't make enough furniture, so if you want, you can swap and use the standard tractor trailer truck trailer that's by the furniture and place it the one you have and use that for maple syrup, because that will auto load maple syrup. Okay.
So you say switch this one?
If you want to switch the trailers, yeah. Or you can just switch the whole truck and stuff. You'll just need to unload the... basically drive forward a little bit in it and unload the furniture pallets. And then you can swap the 2 trucks if you want. Just make it easier for you to get the maple syrup in the truck. Oh, you have my stream up or not?
Yeah.
This right here can be used to refill our water. So you don't have to go all the way down to the water anymore. So it's right across from the gas station, next to the maple syrup thing. That can be used to refill water.
I've seen it, but I didn't know.
Yeah. Just want to let you know, because I didn't know if you knew.
So you want to put the furniture stuff on this truck and use the other truck for the maple?
Yeah, because it will auto-load the maple, so you just have to toss it over there. We won't have to actually load it on. Are you still in the maple syrup delivery?
On my way back. They already sold it and made us some money.
Yep, which is good. So this one is what I was saying. We can... where's unload? Unload here. I'll let you position it, because I am horrible at positioning it. I don't find them to work. I can drive this one if you want to park the other one. Oh, you don't even have to open it. These seem to auto-load in there just fine. At least they did last time. Yeah, there it goes. See, they're loading up fine. So you don't even have to have it open. And you still have 15,000 planks. I kind of wonder if we should make another 2 carpentry places just for how much time it takes to make them. Why are you not processing? Where is our factories? There it goes. Didn't seem like it was processing because the number didn't change. At least when you look at it, it should go bleep like that, and it didn't. So that's why I restarted it. Okay, in a moment. I need to actually go here. Asphalt gravel. There we go. Little bit of grass right in the driving way, so I thought I should take care of it. See, little bits like that are fine. Wouldn't so much be one right in the middle. All right. Somewhat. Honey pallets? Last I knew there was a honey pallet there, but it wasn't full, so I left it there. Yeah, see, it's still working on it. Kind of wonder if I should add some more beehives. But we have 4 pallets of honey right now. Our eggs are still going. Chickens are still good. To get some more food for them at some point. We don't have our pigs or cows yet. Trying to figure out where to put them. Oh, okay. And then horses and stuff too, you said you wanted, but I'm wondering if we should get a logging truck and drive it over here and start chopping down some of these to make room for them. That's what I'm debating right now. We do need to make sure we get a silo here somewhere so that we can store up the sorghum and oats for the animals later. We're not going to sell it, we're going to store it. The sunflower we can sell. But the reason we planted the sorghum and the oat is for the animals that we want to get later. No. So we have sorghum here. We have sunflowers here, which we didn't choose that. And we have oat here. Okay? Oat is for the horses, because you said you wanted to have horses. And so we started collecting the oat for that reason. We could actually turn it into flour and do baking if we wanted to, but that's fine. The sorghum we did because it was for pigs, I believe, can eat the sorghum. And so we were going to do that. Let's see here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. And that's really not what I wanted. Where is it under? Let's see. It says that oat should be harvestable now, but it's not ready yet, so I guess it's going to have to be next month. Sorghum is in August or September. And sunflower is in October, November. And we could do wheat or barley, wouldn't be bad. And the other one, but let's see. Where is the info on the critters? Yep. What animals can eat? I'm trying to find the... Here we go. I'm not doing well. My brain. Okay, here we go. So, cows need grass, hay, silage, TMR. Total mixed ration is really what they need, and then some hay for ground. And they provide milk, manure, and slurry. Brown Swiss and Holstein, used for dairy farms, while Angus and Lil'Dude are used for profit only. Well, mainly for profit. So if we want to raise them and sell them, we'd want to go with Angus or Limousin. But if we want dairy, we want to go with Brown, Swiss, or Holstein. Okay? Oat and sorghum are both work for horse. Okay, so that's part of why we did the sorghum. Because they can have both. Horses are trained and then they're sold for profit. Hold on. And then they need hay for ground. And then we have corn, wheat, barley, canola, sunflower. So we do want to keep the sunflower for the pigs. They can eat almost anything. They can eat corn, wheat, barley, canola, sunflower, soybean, potatoes, sorghum, and sugar beets. And they're for manure and slurry, but you can also let them be used for sold for profit, meaning you sell them off for meat. Sheep are grass and hay, so they're actually fairly easy if we start, collecting grass and hay.
So we start with the chickens because they're easier than the sheep.
Yes.
So let's do the sheep now.
Can I finish?
Oh, please.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Okay. So the sheep just give us wool, and then they could be sold. But really, the wool's the thing, and then you can do spinnery to make cloth, and then tailor if you want to make clothes. Wheat, barley, and sorghum are used for chickens, so we probably should give the chickens the sorghum we harvest because they need food, and then they work on eggs. And then beehives just produce honey, which can be processed further or sold. So, honey is the easiest, and then it's kind of a hard choice between whether chickens or sheep are easier.
If you're going to keep this shit down here where you put it, I want some trees removed.
Let me come look at which trees you're talking about and such.
Oh, makes sense.
Does it?
Yeah. The more that we can buy for you.
I think that's it. So I was planning on keeping the shed there. Which trees do you want removed?
Most of them are in my line of sight, and I can't see the shed.
Okay, so like the one you're right next to, you want gone? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that one and the one right to the right.
It's not letting me cut it down. Oh, there it goes, finally. Yeah, this has 1.8 tons. And it's only 13 meters. And the one to my right? I'll let you finish what you're doing and then we'll take a look at it. I wouldn't mind keeping some of the trees. We can always replant trees though if we need to. I
figured replant some of them around just a little bit.
Let us know, which ones we need to remove for your usability. And
let me see how that works. I got one more thing to grab.
Yeah, because we do want some trees on the land, right? That's what I was saying. You don't want to remove all the trees, but I understand needing to remove some trees so that dragon can move the stuff around. I totally get that. I'm leaving these back here because we're not driving back here at all. And it's nice to have the shade from the trees. It looks nice, you know? But being able to get in and out of here makes sense that he needs a certain amount of space. He might need this one gone. We could put a tree like here, and that might actually help him. I think I'm going to see about flattening that ground a little bit for him before he gets over here. Hopefully before he gets over here, he may beat me. He's really kind of speedy. Yep, there he is. Something like that. I was trying to raise the side here a little bit for him to make it a little bit easier. No, he's driving. I am over here. Yep.
Yeah, that one tree might work for now.
Well, we're going to sell some of them because they're going to have little horses, and we don't need to have hundreds of horses. Yeah. Do you like the grass, or would you rather have something else to drive on?
I'm okay with the grass. It don't matter.
Something like that.
You got a dip right here.
Dip right there? Okay. That's part of why I was getting rid of the grass there, is so we could kind of see. How are we looking now? Being at this perspective, I can't exactly see.
It moved it out here.
We might have to move that tree just to flatten it.
Where the tree is actually fine. It's like right here.
Yeah, it's not letting me change it there.
And right in here.
I'm trying. It's not.
Here's not that bad. It's just that one spot there, and I probably won't be driving right here too much anyway. So
Okay. I mean, I could try to smooth it, but it's not letting me flatten it.
the main place I'm driving, I think, is actually going to be okay. So it should be good.
Okay. Yeah, I raised up the ground there that you're standing on. So this actually used to not be flat here. It used to be a drop off, kind of a slope. But I took the slope to give us a little bit more leeway on the side here to be able to get out from here.
Just don't back any of the long equipment right here in this slot would be fine.
Yeah. Which I actually was considering putting some trees or something over here.
I could probably back anything in that slot, so it don't matter. I think
Yeah.
I'm good.
I am considering putting some trees right here
Yeah, trees over here would be really good.
to basically stop from having, you know, the ability to just fall off as easily. I don't know of any, like, you know, guardrail or something like that. I guess you could put a fence in to keep people from going off. That's true, yeah, I'll do a fence and then do some trees. That's not the way you'd go down. It was a swimming pool. Because it's not a safe way to go.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to take a nap today, but I didn't. No nap.
Well, I mean, we might be able to make a swimming pool. It's just this is not a swimming pool. Is all I was saying.
Because at 3 o'clock I will have been up 12 hours.
Whoa.
Sounds like me, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately. There we go.
I really did lay down.
What do you think about that, Dragon? With the fence along there.
Yeah, that's great. That way I won't accidentally hit the gas pedal too hard either.
Well, that's the thing. Like, even if you do, at least then you don't have to worry about, getting knocked over the edge. Do we want American Elm? Do we want Downy Serviceberry? Do we want Pagoda Dogwood? No, we don't want Dogwood. Dogwood's hickory. Hickory. We can do hickory.
So let's choose
Go hickory.
Dogwood. Dogwood.
Dogwood is nasty, dude. For the ethics of it, I cannot do dogwood. Because dogwood is terrible. There you go. Put some trees back in. It's not what you think. Because dogwood is not for dogs.
I think all dogs.
Because it's just what they call it. It wasn't too bad priced either, and it makes it look nicer to still have some
I think it's starting to get dark.
greenery. Yeah, well, it's, 1947.
I was talking to some friends this morning. It was 6 something for me.
Yeah.
So technically morning, but the sun wasn't up yet. And they're 4 hours earlier than me. He says, it's late here, and I still got sunlight. He's in Alaska.
Well, there's his problem. Dragon's friend was in Alaska and said it was late there, but it was still
I
sunny.
said that would definitely be some adjustments. Because I'm
Yeah.
not a light person.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're far enough up that there's times of the year that it's all day is sun,
And then they got those couple months that it's dark all
just
day.
dark all day. Yep.
See, I would like staying up there around that time.
You'll take
I'll
take
take the dark
full
one.
round dark, yeah.
I keep my windows blacked out because I don't like the light reflecting in. It
Well,
hurts
that's
the
just what you have to
bulbs.
do. You have to travel to the equator during the summer, and travel to the South Pole for the summer, and travel to the North Pole for the winter. And that way, you're always where there's the least sun. You can get a
limit that income of light, right?
exactly. All right, let's jump back here.
Even when I did used to work outside,
Well, I was gonna actually feed the dog.
I've always had dark sunglasses. I even cheated. I took my sunglasses and put window tint on them.
Interesting. He took window tint and put it on his sunglasses. There you go. We ate some food, drank some coffee. Now we can go to bed.
Get some milk.
Some milk. They don't have milk in here. Oh, I guess there's milk in over here, maybe. There you go. Can we go to bed now?
Yeah.
Good night.
I wasn't in my bedroom yet.
Well, hurry up and get to the bedroom. I can re-trigger it. Go on.
I'm there now.
Go on. Come on. Come on, dragon. Come on. We need to sleep, dragon.
I was at the front door and I was like, no.
I'll make you sleep on the front porch, boy. Dragon, I'm just picking on him. Get your breakfast and get to work.
I got the coffee going.
You were back there.
Good. Croissants. Every day, stale. Hot, hot, hot. That was really hot coffee. You didn't warn me that you just got done.
See, they put the coffee on.
It's ready! It's ready! It's ready! Dragon can harvest!
I like to harvest it.
You want to harvest it?
Do we?
Well,
Do
then
we
you're gonna
have
need a good
harvester?
computer.
We got a harvester, right?
No. That's why I said last month you may need to get a harvester. And then this shouldn't be ready for harvest yet because it's the wrong month. Yeah,
You
still
want to
fine.
buy a cheap one or lease one for now because they cost a lot?
I will let you use your discretion on that. We need oat and sorghum, so if there's one that handles both, that would be ideal. Sorghum this is oat. Oat is ready as well. The sorghum was the one we looked at
What's
first.
the sorghum picture? I don't remember what it looks like.
It's a little greenish looking thing. Let's see, where is it? Where is it?
Oh wait, go back. I see it. Wait a minute.
Wheat, canola,
Okay,
oat,
I see
soybeans.
it. Yeah, sorghum. Right below the
Sorghum
cotton.
right here. It's kind of like that brownish green color.
Yeah. So this harvester can do the wheat. What is it?
Wheat, barley, oat.
Barley, oat, corn, soybean. That's the harvester itself. You still got this, the head thing you got to swap out.
Oh yeah.
And the harvester alone is $410,000.
Wow.
So like
We're
I said,
talking
that's if
huge
you want to
tonight.
buy. That's how much I think it'll hit us up with. That's not counting. You still got to get the heads.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we may want to just do that. Because we still need to buy a storage container too, a silo, I think.
So we just.
'Cause I don't think we have a silo yet, do we?
We're gonna lease for right now.
Yeah, probably should. Well, they come in pairs.
And leasing is 21,000.
Well, actually, check used quickly. See if we have used. That's the other thing we should keep an eye on.
This one is 21,000.
Okay.
Well, they do have one. It's not the one we want.
No, this
but
is
it's
storage.
200, it's 264,000.
Here you go.
It's 30%.
We can't afford this one. Oh no, we can. Okay. It's 200,000 though, not cheap.
It's not the one I want, but it'll hold it for a little while. I mean, if we go that route.
Yeah, no, go for what you need, dude. I'm looking at the silo for storage of our grain because we need to store the oat for now. Can you be patient? I'm trying to see what we can do first.
I hate the leasing thing.
90,
That's a
30,
lot of money. Even
50.
Gonna be spent wasting.
30. No, it's on. You're just not hearing it because it's not loud enough. 10,000. Ooh, that's cheaper. 10,000. Yeah, we're gonna start with just the 10,000. Where do you want our storage to be? Behind the. Do you want it behind the maple stand, or do you want it over by the storage shed? Well, I mean, yeah, on our land, but where? There's a lot of places on our land.
I'm watching where you're going. So far, I'm not sure I like either one of those places.
We can put it here. We can put it over here. We can put it over here. We can put it over here.
Make sure it's easy to get in and out to that spot too now.
Yeah, well, that's why I was wondering if like over here would be good, because then you could drive in, drop it off, and then drive back out. Give you a little bit more room.
Yeah, that might be okay right there. I think I can work with that.
So right here good, or do you want me to move it somewhere? Or?
Right there be good. Just keep the thing drivable. You know how it is when you get those big trailers.
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm trying to make sure. Let's go landscaping.
And say bye-bye money.
Oh, we actually did gravel there. I'm re-graveling this area because we want it to look good. Because it hadn't been maintained. How's that, Dragon?
I think that'll work. And remember, you still got to change the tag numbers.
Oh, I didn't bother. I'm not too worried about that. Alright, now we can actually store the grain that we get. That was one issue I thought of. The sorghum you can just drop off for the chickens, but the oat we wanted to save for the horses that Lil'Dude wants. Alright. Okay. Can I let him do the sorghum first? Because it's closer. Okay, then I will do the oat after, since apparently you want me to do it so badly. The oat is right here. No, we're going to do the sorghum first because it's closer for him. While I check the furniture and...
The extension's going to cost an extra $2,000, but it'll let it hold more as we harvest.
Okay, it's probably worth doing, unfortunately. Please don't put your foot on me, son. Please don't put your feet on me. You did put your foot on me. Ah. Dragon didn't enable auto-loading. Dragon!
Oh,
How could you?
I actually don't think I can.
Really interesting. Maybe that's the problem, is that you don't have proper keyboard controls.
Well, when I go to my keyboard, it's still not showing up for me.
I think it's a personal problem, Dragon. You messed up everything. Joking, of course.
I'd like to figure out what I did.
Really? Can't auto-load from there, but it will from there. You'll have to ask your wife for tech support assistance. Alright, so that's all set. Let's go to the store. We have used goods here. There is sunflower oil palette. Interesting. There is a horse trailer that we can buy, but it can only hold 2 horses. There is a furniture pallet we can get.
Let's get a picture.
And there is a tread stick, what is this? Disc harrow. Do we need a disc harrower for shallow cultivation of fields? I don't think so. Furniture pallet for 4,700. I think that's actually not a good price because it's 2,000 liters.
Now, I for nature.
Oh yeah, no, that's bad price, I think. Oh well, no, because that's per 1,000 liters, isn't it? So it's 6. We can make $2,000 if we buy the thing of furniture and sell it. But that's a lot of hassle for $2,000. Alright, how are we doing, Dragon? There you go. That's our harvester that he borrowed for now.
No, we bought that
No.
one.
Oh, you bought that harvester?
That one was on sale.
Oh, I didn't know that. Nice. Yeah, we.
Not the one I want, but it'll hold us until we can afford to get what I want.
Yeah. So this is for a header. It's for actually chopping, and that's a harvester, which holds the. Well, I'm glad it was on sale. It's at least something. Like you said, it was at least on sale, so it's going to save some money. It seems to be a little bit odd to control. Do you mind if I help you? I'm so glad you find that so funny. I still want to know where this one is, dude. There's supposed to be an item right here. But we can't seem to find it. Well, it only puts them in there when we get them all. I kind of think it's on the roof there, but you said you didn't see it when you went up there. And I don't think they have caves.
I don't think this thing like pulling a trailer.
Well, that's not good. You said it doesn't think it likes pulling a trailer. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Maybe I'm stuck. Get me on a straight
5,
shot here.
6. Sure, give me a minute. Do you need a hand?
That's so
Car got the trailer.
Of course it did.
And we lost the harvester.
Hey, it loaded automatically. That's cool. Yes, he heard that you want us to harvest the oat. Yeah, that's really not a very good harvester, is it? I would just put the header on and drive with it on, with how bad it is.
Trees are getting in the way,
That's a good point.
and I won't be able to cross the bridge.
That is called a header. It goes on the front so that it can actually chop the grain. Oh. Let's see, I need to go up here. The best way to do that is to go there. Gonna go nab a few other collectibles. And then we'll be over to see you harvest. You know, one thing I wish that Twitch would let you do is to say don't have any video ads and only do the pop-up ads. Because their little stupid pop-up ads are a little annoying, but they're not nearly as annoying as the full-blown video ads. I would take twice the number of those stupid little pop-up ads as I would video ads. You know what I mean? It's that little banner ad that pops up and shrinks your video a little bit to show a little ad. I'll take that over the actual full-blown video ad any day. And I enabled it, but it never seems to do them. Well, Twitch makes you use commercials. So when people watch, they have to deal with watching commercials every so often unless they subscribe. And I'd rather it be the little pop-up commercial instead of the video commercial, because at least it's not as annoying and intrusive. Because it wasn't very loud yawn, I try to keep my yawns and other noises off the stream. It's called being polite. But thank you for calling me out and telling everyone that I yawned. That's a very helpful thing. And yes, I'm not being serious. Piggy! I think there's one more piggy. There it is. There's one more chainsaw to be found. One more piggy! One more chainsaw! Uh-oh. A piggy with a chainsaw doesn't sound very good. Dragon, watch out for a pig trying to cut you down to size. You are so loud, dude. So loud. Cotton. Do you want to do some cotton picking? Piggy. There's a piggy in the window now. Right there. See it? Yep, that's it. That's all that's different. That's a good question. See, if I'm not the one actually doing the harvesting, you can actually see it better.
Harvest up.
It won't let you. In real life, this would be a death sentence. In a game, you just kind of clip right through the vehicle. Because that's the chaff that goes all around. So you see how the top is there? There's some of it that's green, and then some of it gets spit out the back.
Yeah, I definitely don't like this harvester.
Well, let's keep an eye out for sales, and we'll make sure by...
Until we can get what I want, or, like you said, it comes on sale.
Well, even if it's not the exact one you want, if it's a better one, we can exchange, right? No, he's doing the sorghum.
That's fine.
That's one pallet.
That one pound makes 5.
No, it doesn't. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That pallet makes 9. AI worker ideal 7T was stopped manually. Oh, you're trying to get someone to do it?
I accidentally started them.
Ah. Let's feed the dog. You want to come eat, boy?
Let's have one. I like to have the...
He's eating from on top of his house. That's so funny. Oh. I'm not. I'm selling all the chickens. I'm done with them. We're getting rid of every single chicken. Actually, I'm not. I was actually just checking them. 4 months of age. So 2 more months and they'll start reproducing. Yep, having kids. Yes, they will start having babies in 2 months. They're not quite all the way yet. These are really good purchases. These sheds to buy seeds and fertilizer and stuff at. I really like that they're here. I mean, it costs a little bit more, it says, but being able to just drive up, fill up, the convenience is very nice. Ready? Charge Dragon! See, I can't go through. But he can drive through me perfectly fine. That would be a scary sight in real life. Having this come right for you like that? Those are a bunch of little, like, knives. It would hurt. But since it's a game, we can play around with it. See, even the dog got harvested. And that's only because it's a game that it's funny. Hey, look! Maple syrup. Yeah, we got some maple syrup. We got all that maple. We gotta keep the maple going because maple's really yummy. You know what I mean? It's just good maple.
No.
Maple. Yeah, maple. Maple syrup.
No,
maple syrup.
What?
Maple syrup.
No, maple.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said maple syrup.
No, I said maple.
That's what I said.
No, it wasn't. Maple. I said maples.
Exactly. I said maple syrup. I don't understand what you bought me. It's just some maple syrup.
I said.
Dude, Lil'Dude, chill. I'm being silly. It's okay. Calm down. Simmer down now. There's no reason for you getting all up and riled up, boy. Just chill out, man. Just simmer down. Be all chill. No. I'm deforesting the world. I will cleanse the world of trees. They shall be all eradicated when I am through. Not really, I'm actually just chopping trees so we can make some more planks to make more furniture, and clear the hills so we can plant new trees. So then we can chop them down and make more planks to make more furniture to make the money. I did, just told you. I did, and I answered you. Do you like maple syrup?
No, maple syrup.
What's maple syrup?
No, I just.
How's that working for you? Really? Interesting. You messing with me doesn't tend to work very well for you because I can understand what you're doing.
Maple syrup.
I've lived a couple more years than you.
It was the smell of maple syrup.
Yeah, go tell your mom that. Oh, I just cut the dog with the chainsaw. Thank goodness it doesn't actually work that way. Ow!
Actually, maple. Not maple. Mommy said, "Oh, I see."
Yeah, she's distracted. There we go.
Oh, drop.
Nope. I need it back. This way just a little bit. Nope, 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 nope.
That's cool.
Yeah, why not? Is your squealing important? Because it hurts my ears and probably hurts Dragon's ears, would be my guess. Dragon, does his squealing hurt your ears?
I'm lucky the tool was probably louder than he was.
Got it. He said luckily he thinks the tool covered up your squealing.
It's fairly loud. Plus, I only do have one headphone on one ear, you know.
Yeah, I do too, but it means I hear him better than if I had both on.
If I dump it straight from here into the thing, or do I have to put it on the trailer first?
I can't even hear him talking because you're being so loud. What did you say?
Do I have to dump it from here to a trailer before I can dump it into the...
I don't think so.
Or can
You should be able to just unload straight into it.
probably have to let the pipe out and, like, line it up and draw.
Yeah. All the trees went away. What happened? We have 16,000 liters of wood, which I really find weird, like Dragon, that they measure solids in liters. Alright. I don't have to watch out for a dragon.
And the oats aren't ready yet, are they?
The oats are. The sorghum's all harvested, now he's heading down to the oat. So were you able to get it in there fine? Use capacity,
Yep.
6,000, yep.
Dropped right off.
Which actually I'd said you could actually just drop that sorghum in with the chickens to the oats we need to store. But it's fine to store it as well, because we don't need it for the chickens yet.
So what do I do with the oats when I pick them up?
The oats get dropped off there. They should be able to hold both, I think, in that. Oh wow, we already have 22,000 liters of planks.
On my hardcore game I'm playing, single player,
Mm-hmm.
the harvester is the only thing I paid full price to get the one I want.
Sounds about right.
It never showed up for sale and I needed it.
Yeah, no, I hear you there, man.
But I got the small header like this, I got the big long header like this, I got the small corn and large corn header.
Nice.
Got them all on sale for like over 50% off.
That's awesome. I'm really debating making, like I said, more carpentry because of how long it takes.
Let's get a sheep.
Well, we got to figure out where we're going to put the sheep in. Why are you going that way, Dragon? I would just follow the road there. I mean, not through the light post.
The fence probably would have gotten in my way.
Okay. No.
I'm hoping I can clear the gas thing.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for him to get past that. Because, see, there's not a lot of room for him to get through. What happened? Love you, little lady. Rest well. Do I need to drag you through? Midas is right here, and Leo's where he shouldn't be. Of course Leo's where he shouldn't be. He's always where he shouldn't be. Not there. So we could do a bakery, but we don't have everything we need for a bakery. We could do a dairy, but we don't have cows yet, so that doesn't do us a lot of good. We can do a grain mill, which we could actually turn our oat and sorghum into flour. Doesn't really help us. We can do a spinnery, which we don't have any cotton or wool, so that doesn't do us any good. We can do a sugar mill, but we don't have any thing to make sugar with. We can do a tailor shop, but we don't have cloth. We can do a cereal factory, but we don't have raisins or corn or not sure which one that is. Oat? Or we do have honey. We could do an oil mill or our sunflower, make sunflower oil, but I don't know if we want to do that or not. We can do grape processing, which makes juice and raisins, but we don't have grapes. And then we get back to a smaller bakery, which is the same thing as bakery, just smaller building. I like it better, it looks nicer. And carpentry, which is the one we already have. Dairy. A spinnery. That one actually looks nicer. A donut factory, but we don't have sugar yet, so we'd have to buy sugar. A farm system drying fermenter. Not sure exactly what that means. Bunker small for storage of stuff, which is odd that they put it here. It should be under storage, but they put it under production for some reason. Production is supposed to be to make things. You put something in, you get something else out. The TMR mix station, I want to do that later when we actually get the cows. Farm production store allows you to make a whole bunch of different goods, and I think we might do that actually, because it can take in a whole lot of different things and put out a whole lot of different other things. And so it can actually use its own output, I believe. So this, I'm thinking, may be able to do the bakery. Yeah. We could put in the raw ingredients and let it actually make what it needs and then use that for baking. Farm production barn, it looks like it does the same sort of a thing. So, do we want this one? Do we want this one? Do we want this one? Or there's this one? I actually kind of like this one.
I better like that one.
There's this one.
That one, that one, that one.
And then they got little ones that don't do everything.
The little one. The little one.
Well, these little ones only do a few things. So we'd have to make sure we pick the right little one that we need to do exactly the one thing we want to do. So like this is a small bakery one. so it doesn't do as much. So I like the other one better because it actually takes in all the raw ingredients and then makes its own stuff that it needs. I'm just looking at what we have right now. Please stop. Boy. Yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do. It looks nice.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the red one, but I think I like the brown one better.
I like that one too. I like that one. Let's do that one. That one.
Okay, chill, dude. I'm looking at it so we can plan and figure things out. Really? Really? That's what you're gonna do? It was, actually. Overlaps other objects. Interesting. We can put it way out here by the water. No, I'm just kidding. Oh look, he's harvesting the oat.
Hey, I just like.
You want to harvest the oat or see the oat harvest? We're looking at getting production facilities.
I like harvest.
I could take over and do it if it would make you feel better. Not all the way. We don't have anything to bale the straw, do we?
Nope.
Should we just roll it to fertilize it, or should we bale it so that we have the straw we're going to need later?
I can't hear you that good. Wait a minute.
Yep. We might do something different, dude. Because we need to bale the straw so that we can have it probably for the animals.
So what do you need now? What were you asking?
I was saying, should I go ahead and grab a baler so that we can bale that straw that you're cutting right now?
I mean, we're gonna need to bale it, so.
I mean, you could technically, I think, just roll it in, but I was thinking we should probably bale it since we're going to need it later. What baler should I get? Do you recommend?
The one we probably can't afford.
Well, I mean, I get that.
That one. Back. Go back. Go back slowly. Yeah, keep going that way.
Dude, you can change the color on a lot of them, okay? Chill.
I think one more over. Okay, again, that one.
That one.
The one past the class. One to the right.
The coon?
Okay, the one in the middle of the two classes.
Okay, the Pontiger?
Yeah, that one. Because that one has an auto, the beller and a wrapper. So if we get to something that needs to be wrapped, it has the wrapper built in.
Okay.
Otherwise, you got to buy the beller, then you got to buy a wrapper.
Aww.
That one's all in one, so.
Foil color. What color do you want the bales to be wrapped in? There's no red. There's white, black, pink, green, or blue. Black it is. And this is just for what it wraps them in, if they need to be wrapped.
And it's usually an auto thing. If it's a wrappable thing, it will wrap automatically.
Okay. Well, of course, you know it's an expensive item, but we're going to need it, so I figured probably should take care of it. Alright, I'm going to head over with our tractor and go grab it. The baler, and start baling, because we're going to need that straw for the horses and cows and stuff, okay? Probably. I said probably. There'll be enough times that it'll happen, but it's not the only time that we're going to be harvesting, okay? If anything, as time goes on and we get more money, we're going to be doing it more because we're going to have more fields. So there is times where we probably will have a couple workers doing it and both be doing it ourselves. Okay?
Because I do. I could.
Well, that's the hope.
Because what are people doing? Masturbate.
The turning on this thing is still a bit of a pain. It like doesn't turn and then all of a sudden overturns.
It's not as bad in single player mode. Multiplayer,
Yeah.
you get that lag a little worse on it.
No, we're driving it. Neither. But I am having issues driving through the trees because they're really colliding with the camera right now, making it hard to see. But hey, our custom added bridges are really nice to speed up the trip. You agree, Dragon?
Oh yeah.
I hate my coughing. I thought it was gone and then it just started acting up.
I think I should have paid for the upgraded engine. Get more oof.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at that when we buy one.
That's why I didn't do it. I mean, well, I bought this one, don't get me wrong, but that's why I didn't upgrade this one, because I knew I pulled the other one.
Yeah. It's a weight. Because if you don't, it can get top heavy and then you won't be able to turn correctly. You won't be able to drive because your tractor would be pulled backwards. We probably don't need the weight for this vehicle, the wrapper, but we left it on there because there's some things you do need it for. Like the plow and stuff, they get pretty heavy when you're going to start working with them and lower them, that you can start having an issue of where you're pulling your back end too far down, and so you won't be able to drive correctly if you don't have a weight on the front to counterbalance. Alright, we need to put a street light there, I think, since we've been driving at night. So once I get on the bridge, I'm going to quickly go into build mode. And I'm going to look at decoration, lights. Because that's what they call it. Is that the one we want? Oh, it's actually nicer. Ooh, yeah, that one. I'm going to spend a few $100s to help us be able to drive across the bridge by actually having lights on the bridge so you can see when it's coming up instead of hoping you hit it correctly. There we go. See, now you'll be able to see when you're coming up where the bridge is. I figured it was worth putting a couple $100s into that so you don't accidentally miss it when you're driving in the dark. What's the go first person view? Uh-oh. I think I told him to go inside the cab, and it just froze on us. There it goes. Ooh, I was worried there for a minute. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Trees are making it so I can't see, so that's why I want to go inside the cab of the tractor so I can drive a little better, hopefully. Except I'm getting lag.
Yeah, it's hit me too. Don't say it at the same time.
Well, I'm trying to not drive into the water. You know, that's kind of a problem. I think I need to flatten the road area and then put the fence in along our private road. Because other vehicles won't go on it because it's not a public road. Like even the AI won't drive on our private road when we hire them to do so. They'll drive around only on the public road. Well, I did this so I could maneuver around here better. Can I get over to the field first? I do, because I'd like to actually be able to line up and start collecting, because we're running late. We should be in bed right now. Okay, so we need to lower the baler. We need to turn on the baler.
Make sure you set it for a different amount. It's on 125.
Bale size.
And once you start, you're already stuck with that one. Now your bell loaders can only hold one size, so you need to just stick with that one now. So
nope. I'll change it and hope it works.
Yeah, the first bell will probably still come out 125.
We'll see.
I usually keep it at 150 because the ramps, they don't pass 150.
Ah. There you go, you can see what size that one is if you want. I don't know if it says the size or not.
And 150 covers me both ways. Yeah, that's a 125.
It's alright. We'll make it work. Some of them are just going to get thrown in for the bedding stuff anyways and get shredded. It's just more convenient to have them, you know, in a format that you can do something with. Did I get all of that swath or not? Yeah? Well, in real life, there's a reason for it. Because it helps you control and know things, but in the game, it doesn't actually work. Dragon, how's the cleanup going? Am I actually getting it all, or did I miss spots over there? No response from Dragon. Did we lose him? Wondering if we lost Dragon. Yep.
Didn't lose me.
Do we get all his...
Just thought I'd wait till I park so I can hear you better.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we missed any of the hay swath on our first pass, and it looks like it. No. Alright, sorry, but I have to do this so I can see better. I know. What about the hay bale? No, we don't want to go right at it. I'm trying to get the rest of the hay here. Or straw is technically what it is. No, we didn't lose a dragon. We parked the vehicle.
Who's a dragon?
I already answered that. We didn't lose a dragon.
The dragon.
No, he's still there. He did. He answered me. He just had said that he didn't earlier because he was dealing with parking a vehicle that was making a lot of noise. Because he hasn't turned down his vehicle noises that much, I guess.
No, I don't know. It kind of things turned down. It's just I got you turned down more.
Yeah, I understand that. I kind of wish I could turn me down sometimes.
It takes care of the screaming in the background when it gets kicked up.
Yeah, you know, that's what I was saying.
You got to look out for me.
It's not so much me, Lil'Dude, that I'm actually need to turn down. It's the screeching that happens every so often.
Ah! Run over his dragon. Let's run over his dragon.
No, I need to do the job.
The dragon.
Why would I tell a dragon to get in front of me? He can choose to if he wants to. Dragon, do you want to get run over?
Why did he stop that?
Because he chose to. I find it interesting that the sorghum doesn't actually make any straw.
Wasn't it the sorghum, the one we needed to like plow the field?
Mm-hmm. I guess we could. Not necessarily. Because there's other stuff we gotta do too. Like replowing the field and getting it ready for the next crop.
I turned you back up a little bit. I turned you back up a little bit on my end.
Okay. Because I'm trying to get it done so that we can have it in a place to pick it up later. Because the hay doesn't need to be put in that. That's for silage. Fermented grass. That's what we need for the cows later on. But that would be when we're harvesting grass. And right now we're doing straw, which we also need for them. And the horses.
It's not our color tractor, but it's a John Deere. It's 517 horsepower.
For what?
A John Deere tractor. It's 49% off at 219,000.
Well, we don't have that much right now.
Hey, that's not my fault.
It is. You spent the money.
No, that's your fault. You haven't made enough.
Ah, and how do you suggest making more, huh? Mister, I've played the game a lot more than you. I cannot see.
That's what I talk about with the trees, because I do that overhead backup thing, and the trees get in
Yeah.
the way all the time.
Well,
It makes it hard.
I mean, I just took care of it pretty easily. I don't see your problem.
I can't do that, though.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
It's a you problem.
It's a you problem, not a me problem.
I don't have that problem on my game.
Yeah, you
Cut
do.
the trees.
I don't have that problem on my game. I just lift it up and move it.
Did you miss a spot?
Did I?
Yep. You missed 2 spots.
Well, maybe you should help, Dragon. You can pick it up and bring it over here for us.
Yeah, it don't work that way.
I know.
Property maintenance. Production cost.
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what we just paid out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you meant, Dragon. I was asking Lil'Dude what he was saying, sorry. Are you saying Lil'Dude? Because that's what it's been told to do. Doing what it's told to do.
So you got a spot right here you missed?
Yeah, I'm coming over there. I was trying to get this piece over here that is wonky on the hill. I'm gonna try to smooth out this field.
There's one spot here and a bigger spot behind me.
Okay, we're at 27% on that one.
Yeah, that's good to go.
Should I drop it off or leave
Yeah,
it?
you can park it. We'll just carry over from where we start next time.
Okay. So these are what we got. bale of straw.
Ah,
It's only because the lighting issue.
oh, no.
So, Dragon, if you want to get parked, I'm going to quickly go grab my coffee to help with my throat. It's decided to be all scratchy. I'll be right back. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll let Dragon go hit the sleep. I will sleep in the barn for you. Can you hit the sleep trigger or not, Dragon?
I don't think I can.
Just not letting him do it. He is. He's trying. It's not letting
Got
him.
it. 8.
Oh.
I had already hit. I was ready to hit it too. It's only.
That's all good.
Okay,
You're really loud, child. Something.
so,
I did. I told him something. Something.
why are you standing in my room?
Hey, why are you standing in my room?
Got my coffee in me. Good to go. Yeah, I left the harvester head down at the other end since I
Hey,
couldn't get
Dragon,
to the.
why are you standing in my room?
Why am I standing in your room? I was hitting the sleep thing,
I know.
and I can't do that in my room.
Oh, I know. I was saying it because Lil'Dude said I had to.
We're good.
I really don't care.
But I left the harvester head down at the other end because I knew I wouldn't get to the gas pump.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll take the trailer and harvester and go put it back on.
Does that work for, does that header work for Sunflower? Or do you know?
You got to use like the corn header for the sunflower.
Okay,
So I got to
so yeah,
one
we
of
need to
them.
do that. Which I don't think we need to this month. I don't think it's ready yet.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
in like October or November.
Yeah.
One of them. I don't remember which one.
Yeah, it's at still growing. Not ready to go. Hotspots. Not sure how that's working.
See, that's why it's taking me so long on my hardcore game because I've waited patiently for everything to come up on sale. And that's a long, slow process to catch it on sale.
Oh yeah. Blue one needs rolling, which is the field 21, which is down by the sawmill. The one up by the house needs plowing.
I figured out why it says it needs rolling right after I plant, and you get it all down.
Mm-hmm.
You plow it, you roll it to press down the light rocks, so you then pick up the heavy rocks. But after you plant, you got to roll again.
No.
You have to roll again after you plant?
Yep. I think that's what it is.
Interesting.
And then that's pressed right after you plant. I think that's what it is. I'm gonna check this next time.
Alright, so it looks like it is still growing, like we thought, and won't be ready till next month anyways. We do need to do grass at some point if we want to do the silage and, you know, sheep like he wants. But we also need a place to do that.
We don't own a plow, do we?
I thought we did, do we not?
We got cultivators, but I don't think we have a plow.
Oh. Of course we can't, you know, look and see.
You see, that's what messed me up on that sorghum last time I cultivated.
Mm-hmm.
But because we had certain things planted, it had to be plowed.
Cedar cultivator, stone. I don't see a plow, no. We have a stone picker, cultivator, cedar, weeder. And that's it. What?
And there isn't one on sale.
What? No idea. Yeah. We're working on it. Keep your feet off me, please. You know I don't like poking with feet. I don't know anyone who likes being poked by feet. Do you? Really, who? You? Wow, that's a big John Deere tractor.
But nice size motor, I mean.
Yeah.
Because it starts, well.
They have
it starts at 517 horsepower. That's not counting if we upgrade it later on, then it's 600 something.
Yeah, they have a sprayer. Do we need a sprayer? Do we have one? Oh, that's a cultivator.
See, I thought we had some of this stuff. I'm not seeing it at the... Oh, hey, I got a part. Wait. I got a part.
Shadow cultivation. What?
I just remember I part some stuff.
Oh, I was actually looking in what we actually own. If you go to owned items under purchase, there's an owned items page, and you can actually see what we own. In any of those categories, you can select and see which ones we actually own. So we have a fertilizer spreader, and we have a manure spreader. I'm not sure what the difference between a fertilizer spreader and manure spreader is.
The sprayer is liquid, and the other one is dry.
It's fertilizer spreader and manure spreader. They're both spreaders. I think one is for manure, and one is for chemical fertilizer.
Yeah, one's dedicated where that only does manure.
Oh, this one does lime and...
That one's lime and...
manure and
fertilizer,
and then this one's actually manure. Okay. Which we don't have in manure yet. We do have a sprayer.
And then you got your sprayer, and your sprayer does liquid version. So
yeah, it does liquid fertilizer. What's the bottle? There's two different bottles. That one should be the liquid fertilizer. What's this one?
So you get... Well,
it's a bottle with an X.
I got a commercial at the moment, so...
Okay, it's a bottle with an X. White bottle with an X. Right there.
Waiting on the commercial, so hang on.
I'm checking. Herbicide. Oh, so the sprayer can do liquid fertilizer and herbicide.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Which I think that's what the one on sale does too, is the same thing, if I can stay in. Yeah, it's the same sort of a thing, it's just a trailer. So it has a tank.
Yeah, you normally get the trailer one like that right there. But to save money for us, I got the other one.
Yeah. Well, this one's 20,000. If it would help to have it, then it might be worth doing. It has a 33 meter spray. That's pretty wide.
The modded red one. The pipe is longer for when we actually start getting big fields.
Got it. We're not going to get big fields on this map.
Rest assured, the bigger the pipe, the more limited we are where we can go.
Yeah. Is it worth getting this one, or should we just stick with the one we have?
Right now, I think we're okay with the one we got. It's pretty decent for what we got.
This one has a working width of 24, so 24 versus 33. That's, I mean, decent bit, but not that huge. And this one has 1,200 liters, and this one has 43, so the capacity is a lot better. But we don't have that much space, so we do need to get a plow, unless the cultivator works as a plow.
I'm going for a plow now.
Okay. Well, we have a cultivator, but I don't know if this works as plowing.
No. It's different.
Okay.
I'm going to get the small plow because the big plow will be hard for us to maneuver.
Okay.
And it's really hard. It'll have to double rotate and everything. The small one I can get forward and backwards faster than I can the long one.
Hey, I trust you, man. You've done this more than me. That's part of why I'm letting you lead the way, because you have more time on this than me. Do we drop the oats off, or we still have the oats in the vehicle?
They're all dropped off.
Okay. Did you buy that header or did we rent it? Oh, you bought it because it's not under rented. Never mind. Figured it out as I asked. Whoa! We're full of planks again. We have 34,000 liters of planks again. And we still don't have that much furniture. I really think we could easily get another 2 furniture places going. Why is it not unloading? Because it shows that it's wood. You bought another vehicle. Now we're down another $23,000. How many toy cars are you getting that we're going to waste money on, Dragon?
Not a vehicle.
I know, that's the funny thing. I knew it wasn't, since we already talked about it. It's not really. He got a plow, but the game says vehicle because it counts everything you buy at the vehicle dealer as a vehicle, even though a chainsaw is not a vehicle, but it counts as a vehicle. It's like vehicle purchase, but I bought a chainsaw. Vehicle purchase. No, it was a plow. Vehicle purchase. No, it was a hay bale.
Our arguments with the computer wouldn't last too long, would it?
Well, it's more the way they programmed it, so it's not so much the computer, it's their software, which doesn't care. Well, I was going to say cut down a few more trees and put another furniture shop or 2 in, but then I was just thinking we have a slight problem. We're out of money. $7,000. $97,000 doesn't go very far.
Bale the hay gonna be used for?
I was gonna save the hay bales for the cows or the horses or both.
Well, you can sell them for now. I mean, we'll plant some more stuff, I'm sure. Get a little bit of money back.
Either way. We don't have any way to transport them that easily. You should start over every 3 seconds. We could easily load 1 to 2 more carpentry factories with the planks we have. You are one silly little dude. Yes, you made that very clear. You made that very clear. Mm-hmm. 16 would be 32, and that's 34. So yeah, no, we could literally fill 2 more carpentry factories with the load of wood we have. Because the carpentry places can take 18. Okay, so I thought it was 16. So yeah, we'd be able to fill 2 more carpentry factories with the amount of wood we have on the truck there. And I'm considering that that might be worth doing because the furniture sells for more. Does it? Why do you sound like a train? So what do you think it is? You know, a dog doesn't exactly count because they don't produce things for you like the others do. And technically, you don't have to feed him. So I think he's actually on par with how easy the bee is. Because it doesn't technically food that you're feeding him, you're just clicking a button that says give food and it just magically gives him food out of nowhere. So feeding the dog is optional, he'll be fine either way. Then they have problems. No, I want you to take the stump out, please, not cut the tree. There we go. A whole 67 kilograms. Oh. Whoa.
I finally hit that time of the year to where I have more construction work going on around my house.
Mm.
At least
No,
it's
it's
not too bad. They're just repainting it.
Are they always doing work on your house?
Well, he was working on it for a while, then I don't know what happened. They just up and quit instantly. We hadn't seen nothing from them for several months. I mean, and they just started back a few weekends ago.
Interesting.
But shoot, my house has a lot to mess with. It's an old house.
Yeah, sometimes the old houses are the better ones anyways, even if they do need stuff fixed. Some of the new ones they cut corners on and you don't notice it until something catastrophic happens.
I like it. I mean, solid foundation. Downfall is the fact I do live in the woods, so when tornadoes come around, yep, not good. Anytime we get any big kick up off tornadoes or hurricanes, we've had trees down almost every time.
Alright, let's see about smoothing out this area. and see if we can do something with it, like planting more trees.
So let's build a
Maybe if we can't flatten it enough, then that's not really an option, is it? Because the sheep have to be on a flat surface. So we might have to buy a field and take the crop out and put the sheep in there. Because the crops can go on an elevated area, the sheep can't. Nope, I want Smoften. Yes, I want to Smoften the terrain. I know, I was making fun of the fact that I said Smoft and I meant soften. Actually, I should get Dragon over here so you can actually see if it's having an effect. It's hard to tell in this mode. But I think Dragon's currently working on plowing the field.
Yep.
So I'm going to hold off on doing any more on that until he's able to come over. And we're going to go check on Dragon. Plowing the field. We had a lot of stones. See? He's working on plowing the field. I mean, not really. Interesting. If you say so.
Stones aren't as bad as I thought they would be.
What? Well, the stones weren't there from when it was growing. They're underground, and now that it's being plowed, they're coming to the surface. We can turn the stones off if we wanted to, but it's realistic. That's actually what happens.
Yeah, that's where the roller comes in. But I won't roll it until I get done like cultivating and stuff like that.
Do we want to use the stone picker that you bought?
Well, the roller doesn't get rid of all of them. Once you roll it, the big ones are still left behind. That's
Okay.
when the stone picker comes in.
How much is honey going for? Actually, no, we don't want to buy or sell our honey. What we want to do is we need to get the production building we talked about. The one we talked about, remember? This one. This one costs 50,000. We just need to find a good place for it. So we could put it like here.
Oh, honey.
Yes, it takes honey to make cereal. So we could put it something like here.
Now,
It
I
won't
believe
let
I
me.
could use the stone picker for the small stones also, but it's not worth it.
Well, I'm trying to decide where we want to put it. I mean, we could save this area, a little area for sheep here, or something else. Or I could build it here. I could build it over here, but we'd have to take a tree out. Do you want me to build it over here? I will have to clear trees out of somewhere to build it. Unless we build it on top of our field, which we don't want to do.
What is that you're trying to put down?
It's a farm production. It's basically a production building that you can use to take grains and make flours. You can take flours and make bread or cake. It can take potatoes and make potato chips. It can take milk and make butter. It can take butter and use that to make cakes. So it's allows you to do a lot of the stuff together. I think it may work a little slower, but we can still get a few of them because it's only 50,000 a piece, and make it where we start working on making some of the other production. So like we can actually make sunflower oil with it by dropping the sunflower off there. So I was thinking it may be worth doing. I'm considering behind the maple place taking out some of the trees there and moving them up closer to the road and building a couple behind the maple sugar place there. What do you think? This way?
Here.
Here?
No.
Can't build it here. Alright, now we'll have to move stuff around. I mean, no? It's saying it's overlapping with something because there's a tree right there. But I don't want to take out all the trees. I was thinking about keeping this area to be potentially sheep instead of here, because I don't think we can quite put the sheep here. So I was thinking about taking these trees out right here, flatten the ground, and see about putting sheep there. Where? Put this where? By the beehive? It won't fit here, son. And then we won't be able to drive the vehicle over there to drop stuff off. That's part of why I know what you meant. Those were the only beehives. Okay? I was thinking over here would be better along the road because we have to access it to pick stuff up and drop stuff off. So I was thinking about taking out that tree and putting it there. Because then we can put in another tree over there if we want there to still be a tree. So if we cut this tree out, I can't go through that way. If we cut this tree out, I think we can put it here, and then we can plant another tree back here if we wanted to keep the trees, and have it right here, and we can drop the stuff off, and it's an easy place to pick up and to get on the main road to go drop the goods off. Does that work? Just do red? Okay, that's a waste of some money, but I will do it for you. You said do red. Well, it just means we're not making money off it, so it's not exactly wasting per se, but we're not getting anything for it. Yeah, see, I can build it right here. Where was that? It did let me. What is it overlapping with? It says it's overlapping with something. Maybe. But I don't know why the maple syrup stand would cause a collision like that. I'm kind of wondering if it's another one of those trees that it's hitting. Because I don't want it that far into the road. Dude! It says can't! Look at the words! Stop yelling at me to do it when it won't work. Then be patient and let me see where I can put it. It won't let me put it in the road. And putting it in the middle of this road isn't going to help us because then we can't get through. Oh, there's a sign there. I wonder if that's what's doing it. I didn't see the sign there. Yeah, the sign's doing it. What is it overlapping with back here, though? Another tree? I don't think those are trees. Take this one out, since I don't think this one will actually let me harvest it. Oh, it's not letting me cut the sign. Alright, let's go back in here. Then we're going to do this. Ah, why did you do that? Is there a reason you just kicked my chair? Okay. Please be careful. It doesn't feel good being kicked. I'm going ahead and redoing the road just so that it's basically we're fixing the road. That's a good question. Why do you think? Maybe it's because you are. I'm not making it stone. I'm not. I'm redoing it because it's worn down, and so I'm making it look a little bit neater. And there goes Dragon. I am. There he is at the gas station. You think he's going to fill up on gas or drive right through? Looks like he's filling up on gas because the money's going away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's using our money. He's buying gas. Look, fuel costs $302.
Considering it's a gas pump on your property, I think you need to come down with prices. You're ripping me off.
That's the thing about it. They let you build them, but it doesn't actually save you any money. If anything, it costs you more. No, it didn't cost you any pizzas. I'm trying to clear the bushes and stuff so that we can see better what's going on.
You know, I think the cultivator was at that end before we put the gas pump on. You may want to move that gas pump.
Okay. Where do you want the gas pump?
Out of the middle of the road.
You said to put it there.
Well, I thought
I
we'd
put
have
it where
more
you
clearance
said.
than what we got.
Well, then maybe you should have thought through better. Oh yeah, now it works. There's something else there that it was colliding with before. I don't know.
The tree.
Yeah, leave a little bit of space there. Ew. They made it all concrete.
Good one.
Well, I mean, I could see making some of it concrete, but not all of it.
Make it all concrete. That will be hilarious.
Well, I mean, I can put a little area of concrete around it, but I don't want the whole thing that way.
Put it all concrete.
Shh, you're so loud. There you go. Nice little concrete slab.
For concrete.
So if we look in here and manage production, all production is currently off. Oh, we can make oat drink and oatmeal with our oats. Ooh, maybe we should do that. We can make tomato sauce with tomatoes. With tomatoes and lettuce, we can make salad. We can make, excuse me, spaghetti with flour. We can make French fries with potatoes. We can make premium potatoes with water and potatoes. And then we get premium potatoes and pig food, it looks like. Pig food. We can make popcorn with corn. We can make a soy drink with soy. We can make ice cream with milk and strawberries. We can make wheat flour with wheat, barley flour with barley. We can make sugar with sugar beets. We can make bread with flour. We can make cake with flour, sugar, milk, eggs, butter, excuse me, and strawberry. We can make raisins with grapes. We can make grape juice with grapes. We can make sunflower oil with sunflowers. We can make canola oil with canola. We can make olive oil with olive. We can make cereal with honey, raisins. I think that's oat and corn. I think that's oat. Is that oat? Yes, it's oat. So oat, corn, raisin, and honey, we can make cereal. We can make butter with milk. We can make cheese with milk. We can... That's it. Well, these are maple syrup making places. That's why they're there. Is that enough different things we can make?
Yeah.
That's a lot of things we can make. So we can actually get our oats in there if we wanted. Wait, this can't make oat flour? I thought you could... Yeah, you can't make oat flour here. Interesting. Alright. And we can only make sugar with sugar beet. So we'll want to do sugar beet here. If we're going to do sugar, which we're going to need for cake. I'm thinking we should do strawberry ice cream. We'll do strawberry and milk. But we need to get strawberries going before we can do that. And we can do the sunflower oil, which would be worth it. And then if we... Hold on. We don't have anything to make bread with. Okay? We can't make bread right now. If we put our oat in here, we can make oat drink and oatmeal. What's better price, oat drink or oatmeal? 10 for one or 1 for 1?
100.
Well, oat drink... Oh, that's production. I don't want production. I want costs. Let's see. Oat drink is no available sale point for either one. Never mind. We need to build a sale point first before we can actually do that. Yep. A point where we can sell things. Alright, what sell point do we want? The restaurant can take salad. Interesting. Would think the restaurant would take that. Supermarket. We have a market that's super, Dragon. Nope. Biomass heating. Interesting. Fast food restaurant. It's a store. I'm trying to see if it will take what we need. Debris center. Oh, a debris crusher takes stone. If we want one of those, we can sell our stone. Donut sale shop, which costs 5,000.
We also
Or
have
so.
that it's a mod we got that crushes your stone into lime.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
I haven't messed with it too much yet, but
You can sell your products. What products does this take? Just says products. I guess the farmer's market?
Farmer.
This is a farmer's market.
A farmer market. I keep waiting. I'll take farmer.
Buddy, you make me wonder about you sometimes.
I'll just farmer market. Farmer. A farmer market. Farmer. Farmer market. That's a farmer.
You find yourself so amusing, don't you?
No. This is so.
You are so loud. Dude, I'm serious. You're being so loud. Please stop. You're being extremely loud. Okay. Dragon, I can't see. Make it light again. Okay. I've been ordered to change clothes when we wake up. So I will let you get back to work, Dragon, and I'll be out in a moment.
How is the dog area?
Alright, what do you want to change? What do you want to change? What thing? Boots? Pants? Shirt?
The one
Hat?
under.
His hair?
That way. Very first.
That one? Is that all you want to do?
Actually,
Okay. So you want this one? This one?
always
Here we go.
off.
Oh, this one? Or this one?
Yeah. Up.
There you go. First one all the way up. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Do you want to change anything else?
Oh, that one.
What?
That one.
That one look doesn't help me, son. I need to have you communicate. What's that way?
Go
Up on here or up in the menu? Up on here? Where do you want to go?
that way. Go top.
I am on the top spot here. Where do you want to go?
Go
Left, right, down. Speak.
left.
This is left, and there's nothing more left from where we're at. We're right here. We are up and left all the way that can go. So, we can go to the right. We can go down. We can go left now. We can go down. We can go right. We can go down. We can go left. We can go down. We can go right. Go down. We can go left. And well, that's it. That's what we got. What do you want?
That red.
That.
Okay.
So that one, or that one, or that one, or that one.
That one.
So that one?
Uh-huh.
Is that all you want? Okay, are you good now?
Red gloves. I love everything.
There you go, rid of everything.
Red gloves.
Well, they don't have a body, so I guess I didn't forget them. No, I can't see myself.
Out.
I am outside. I can't. That wasn't working. It made it so things didn't work, so we had to turn that off. Look at Dragon Go. He's rolling. A roller. See, it's called a roller. He's rolling. Yep, we see Dragon rolling. Our field flat.
Our field's not. Do you pack? Let's
Hmm.
go. Let's go inside.
You can't go inside. Remember, most buildings on this are fake. The fact that I found that house that we can actually go in was impressive, because most of them don't let you do that. No, because someone has to make it first. Unless you want to do it and make it for us, and then we can do it. No, that's not what I meant. Please don't do that. That's not a very nice sound. Dude?
I forget exactly.
No, it's not. Oh yeah, and we need to go back here and sell that because Dragon asked us to move the gas station, so we need to move the gas station. Value 5,916. We lost value in our gas station, Dragon. It's all your fault. Where is? Because they do. Well, you're basically having the gas brought to you is what you're paying for. You're paying to get the gas, still. You still have to have gas delivered. You don't just get free gas. No, you don't. Nope. 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 Dragon, next time you go down there, tell me if you're good with a gas station. I swapped it out for the other one and moved it a little bit closer. Maybe. I am trying to see about selling. That's an awful big selling station. Yeah, we're going to put this here. And we'll use that to sell things. And now, can we see what the price is on those? Yay! Ooh, wow! So one strawberry ice cream pallet is worth $1,600. Oh, it's the same price. They don't have accurate labeling yet. No, if we want to sell it, it's $16.90 for it, which, you know, not great, but not bad. Oatmeal is $13, and that's 500. So 500 times has 5,000. So it's actually better to make oat drink than it is oatmeal. Donuts. Do we have a place to sell? Oh, we do. Donuts can sell at our selling station. Oh, wow. 3,888. That's not bad. I'm checking something. Strawberries, not bad pricing, but not great. Best is in January at 507. 507 is not nearly as good as the 16, but we need milk for that. Furniture selling station actually buys it for less than the market. Okay, that's kind of what I expected. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. Planks are June. Furniture is June. I know what it needs. I know when we need to sell it, right? Tomatoes, lettuce. Sunflower oil. So if we do the sunflower oil, we can make 3,000 plus per 1,000 liters. And if we sell just the sunflowers, what do we get? Oh, milk actually isn't bad. Milk sells for $1,000 plus per liter. Sunflowers are 1,000 piece, where sunflower is 3 times the amount. Okay, so yeah, we'll make sunflower oil. Look, pretty clean field. Good job, Dragon. Well, we're doing this. Dragon's working on that. So I'm thinking we should do the oat drink. Let's see. Because oat sells for 800. And if we do the oat drink, it sells for 400, but it makes 10 oat drink per oat. So what do you think? Should we make oat drink or not? Okay. Should we make more furniture factories as well? Don't think we need that many. I was thinking maybe 2 more though. You stop dropping it. Yeah, it'd be so fast and we wouldn't be able to supply them all. Well, right now I'm going to get the maple syrup loaded up. So next time it's at a good price, we can sell it and try to make some money since we're down to 40,000 right now. What does? Yeah, that's why we made it. I mean, it's not that fast, but what it is it's constant, steady production. Word that popped up, it said it's not a maple syrup selling place, which I knew it wasn't. That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to get it in the truck. So I think I'm going to get the water truck and go fill up our thing up there and then work on making some oat drink, because that sounds like a good idea. We're gonna need something to transport it. Oh, I know, we have the lifter. Nope, nope, nope. Don't tip. I don't know why you're so top heavy.
Yeah, that's another thing they got off on multiplayer. Certain things are more top heavy in multiplayer than they are single player.
Yeah, no kidding. What, little dude? I'm unloading the water right now. I'm filling up our workstation here with water. Make oat drink. If we take 1 oat and 10 water, we get 10 oat drink. That can sell for about $500. Mm-hmm. No, I got, what was it, 50,000 water or something like that? There we go. It's all empty now. That's showing that blue is how full it is, so right now it's saying it's empty. So now we're going to drive back and fill it up. Technically I could make another fill point up there, but our maple trees are down here and we'll need watering, so I figured might as well bring it back so it's ready to water our maples. trees so they can keep making maple syrup and make money for us. Whoa, 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 stop acting all wonky. I turned the other direction. What would make more sense? Well, they are maple trees, and you make maple syrup from the sap of a maple tree. Sap is a liquid that's inside the trees. It's kind of like their blood. All trees have sap, but it's different between the trees. Not all trees would you want to make syrup from, because you wouldn't. Oh good, I can leave it and it's filling up. So when we come back, it should be full. Perfect. So see, if we come in here now and look, we can see we have 50 of 100,000 liters of water. So now, I'm going to take this. Right now, all it has is water. Well, it'll start working on it. It's kind of like the carpentry place. It doesn't do it immediately, it takes time. I don't bother putting the honey in there for now because we don't have anything to make with the honey, but I'm gonna go get our oat. It is, but it could be used for other things. In a while. I knew what you meant. Where do I start filling? How do I pick what I'm filling? Oh, there we go. Wheat, barley, oat. Well, I just took all our oat. Okay, well, we can make more for the horses. Well, we're not wasting it. We're making money is why I bother doing it, because we need to make money so we can afford them. Okay. Well, right now we need to, if we want sheep, we need to work on getting a field to have grass so we can make hay and grass, because that's what sheep need is hay and grass. Dragon.
So is it
This
grass
bucket?
planting time?
I don't know. Technically, if we want to just get an area, we can take the trees out of the area down near where the maple syrup place is,
And just cut
and the
all
way
that.
station. We could actually just mow that grass, like any grass around, like even our house that has the
Yeah,
taller
we
grass.
got all this grass we can mow, so
Yeah.
it ain't like we don't have any.
No, it's not. If you want to get a mower and mow it and start collecting it, we
It
can.
just starts getting aggravating with all the trees around it.
Yeah. Hold on. Dude, stop. Where is... Oh, right there. Yeah, 8,000 liters. Good. So we want to do... See, we could do oatmeal, but you get 1 for 1. And it doesn't seem to be that much. I'm going to do oat drink because we can get 10 from 1, and that's actually going to wind up making us more money. Yep. Oh, interesting. Barley? Barley, you get 30 units of barley for 23 units of flour. Or you can do 5 units of wheat for 4 units of flour. Excuse me. So it's actually better to do wheat over barley if you're going to do that. And cycles per month, you get a lot more from wheat than you do barley. Interesting. Alright, so we are working on our oat drink. And where does it say if we're storing it or selling it? Down there. Storing. Yep. Which is fine. It'll put the pallets out for us to sell when we want to at the right price. Alright, so we got that. We still have the... What do you call it? Yeah, the chicken feed. I forgot about that. We can go get the chickens their feed. Yeah, it is. I will agree with that. I will agree with that. This wheel loader probably wasn't a necessity, but it's quite nice because it works to transport stuff around. See you in a bit, bud. We want to take our sorghum to feed the chickens, and we'll take all of it in one load. Hey, little lady. Did you have a good nap? Alright, well, chickens now have an additional 6,000 whatever units of food. Still only have 33 chickens. Oh, right, because they haven't reproduced yet, because they need another month. Next month, they can start reproducing. How's the work going, Dragon?
Are we 1 day seasons or 2?
I think it's 2 day seasons right now. Let me double check. I'm quite certain it's 2 day seasons, but I want to verify. Uh, 2 day seasons. So tomorrow will still be the same month. I did that because 1 day seasons were a little bit quick at times. Not if I was playing by myself necessarily, but you know, doing the things Lil'Dude wants done kind of complicates things. That's actually not going bad speed. We're already at 250 liters of oat drink, and I just started it.
Yeah, the only time I really need the time is when I'm doing all this.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We could constantly be changing it, but I didn't want to just constantly be changing it either, right? You haven't made it back down here to check the gas station yet, have you?
I passed it, but I wasn't paying that much attention. You had a vehicle parked there also.
Apparently it's better then, because you didn't pay attention. Yeah, I had the truck on the other side filling up with water.
And what are we going to plant?
Wheat wouldn't be bad. Oat is fine. Pretty much anything that we can use. Which, with what we have, most things are useful.
I guess the better question is, what do you want that we can plant right now?
Whatever you recommend. What has good yield? Wheat wouldn't be bad because we can start getting flour to make things. Wow, that's 12,000 liters of planks still. Hey. Sounds like fun. How's it going, man? Yeah, exactly. It's a little cheap, but the vehicle was gone, and I was about to use the vehicle, but then it flipped on me. I was trying to move it so I could get the vehicle on it, and it decided to mess up on me, so I'm trying to fix it. You know how it goes. Games never have problems. So I guess we're just going to drag it. No, there's not.
You're so reckless, man. Gee.
What?
When you're dragging part of your vehicle, something went wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's a bed to the truck, so...
Well, it flipped on me.
Yeah.
Both of our furniture factories are filled to the capacity. And we still have planks. In fact, I have enough planks to refill them both completely. Which is why I said I'm thinking about making 2 more. Well, someone's spending our money. The 40,000 we had and don't have anymore.
You need to get on the ball and make some money.
What do you want me to do to make money, huh? Huh? I can't control market prices. I might be able to do that. For now, I just want to leave it there. I can always unstrap it and let them all fall out. Right now, it's not a big deal either way. They're fully loaded and ready to go. There's plenty there, so I'm just dropping off the pallets now so that we just keep them going. Because they won't spawn out of here, is the main thing. Which I don't technically have to bring them over there since they're full. I can just move them out and pile them up here. Which would actually probably make more sense to actually just pile them up here and then load it on later. You're good to go. This is getting loaded with furniture. This is fully loaded with planks. So we could easily get 2 more carpentry places up and running. Whoa. If you have the game, Jetstorm, you can join us. And anyone who doesn't know, Jetstorm plays Killian on our Thursday game and is going to be part of our Adventures in Middle-earth game. Yay! Ah, no, that's awesome. I'm glad you did. Sorry you're at work on Saturday. There we go. It's like, come on, let me unload. Now we're not going to need to get water at this place for quite a while. Ooh, we got a full load of oat drink already. Yay! We got a pallet of oat drink, Dragon. See Dragon seeding. Oh, patching Windows fun. I hear you, man. Well, I'm glad I can provide entertainment for you while you are suffering at work. If it makes you feel better, it looks like I'm going to be starting a secondary side gig thing to try to make enough money to cover some additional costs of life and everything, especially with the increasing that everyone's seeing. And things I need to do. Is the sunflower ready yet, or does it still say growing? Thanks, man. Don't really want to have another thing to take my time and such, but need to make some more money to, I'd like to get upgrade for the computer so it works better for streaming. But, money everywhere, right? Well, probably should go to sleep, but I'm letting Dragon decide if he wants to go to sleep or keep going, because he's working on the planting. I'm dealing with all the other side stuff while he's doing planting.
As soon as I get this field done, we good to go.
How much does the factory cost? Production factory. Carpentry is 60,000. Carpentry is 60,000, yeah. Oh, so we can't get another carpentry. We're gonna need 120,000 just to get another two carpentry places. Okay, so those are the last two crates. Pallets, not crates, pallets. Pallets and pallets and pallets of planks. Planks process actually quite fast. I wish the carpentry would work faster. But so be it. Alright, I'm going to step away just for 1 minute, Dragon. How we looking, Dragon? That bad? So 11,000 liters. If I leave and come back, is it still doing its job? You knocked the soy drink out of the soy drink place. Oh, not soy, sorry, oat. Oh, that's 700 liters of oat. Interesting. What is oat currently going for? Oat drink is going for 500. Sure. Let's see how much 700 liters sell for. 350. Yeah, it wasn't full 1,000 liters, so it's 500 per 1,000 liters. Still, that's not bad. Exactly, Jetstorm. Exactly. Right now we're just making oat drink because it takes 1 oat to make 10 oat drink. We look here, oat drink, right? So you get 10 water and 1 oat to make 10 oat drink. Or you can make 1 oat to 1 oatmeal. So if we look at the prices, oat meal per 1,000 liters is 1,300, right? And you get 1 for 1. Or if we go with this, it's 500 and we get 10, so that's technically 5,000 per 1,000 liters. You see why we're doing oat drink? Ten times the output by adding water. Or money. Not, sorry, 10 times the output. Or items. The money winds up being about 5 times the amount. Right, he had no idea it was that profitable. Exactly. I don't think it quite works that way either in reality. Excuse me, sorry. If we go to, where is it? Oat itself. Oat, if you just sell oat, it's 1,000 per liter, or $1,000 per 1,000 liters at most. So, $1 per liter. So it is better to turn it into something. But you get more for the oat milk or oat drink than you do the oatmeal or oat. Yeah. Here's your oat milk latte. It's going to be $87.50. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. We need to look at something now. I just remember something. Where is the medal? So the selling station may actually buy for more than the maple syrup selling stand at times. I didn't think about that.
Shame on you.
No, it's just funny because there's a general selling station that sells all goods, right? And it may actually pay more for the maple syrup than the maple syrup stand. Alright, still 500 plus. There's another $350. Yeah, exactly. Strawberry ice cream? Donuts? I'm still happy with this one because that's not a bad turnaround. And we can, I mean, we can actually flip it to sell as it makes it if we wanted. But I don't want it to sell when it's low. So when it's down on the, you know, below 500, I don't want to sell it. But if we do keep selling it, that's at least, you know, a trickle of money coming in. And currently empty. How's the field looking? Wheat, 75% yield. Yeah.
Doesn't say it need rolling there or anything.
Yes, some of it does.
Over there?
No, right here.
Right there. I'm still working on it from there to here.
Okay.
My end.
Yield bonus 93%. Or 73%. And you've fully planted it and now you're just rolling it. Okay, so yeah. It looks like you're right that it needs a second rolling, which is weird. Going up the hill won't work too well.
I have to stop there at a tree.
Oh, I see. You just need to do that one little section. We got weeds growing. We need a weeder. Which we expected that, honestly, right? I mean, it hasn't been weeded. I'm thinking about making another one of these production buildings at some point. We need to buy some more fields, I think, so we can get more input, though. More output doesn't do us a lot of good if we can't get more input. Because then we don't have enough in to make the out. We do for the furniture factories, but that's 120,000 we need. And we're not going to get a payoff, a good payoff, until, what was it, next June, I think it is? Yeah, next June. We're not going to get a payoff from the furniture till next June. Which, I mean, yeah, it's a nice payoff, but it's going to be a little while. You want me to hit the sleep? Exactly, high summer couch season begins. This is cool though. This mod maker made a house that you can actually go inside. A lot of the houses you can't go inside. Do you want to sleep? No sleep? Sleep?
Sleep.
Are you going to do field 21 today?
That field should need now is one more fertilizer, and it's weeding when it's time.
There you go, boy. You can eat your food. And are they age 6 yet? No. Next month. Next month we can start having little chickens. Well, they're technically not little, but reproducing. Yes, you can feed the dog. Lil'Dude would not be happy if we couldn't feed the dog. So it's a good thing they made it that way. So do we want to plant another round of wheat down at the field 21? Or do you want to do something else down there?
You tell me what to plant, and I plant it.
Wheat's not a bad option. Because we can start making flour to make bread.
Bales of hay to get out of the way, don't you?
Oh, I completely forgot.
See, slacking on your job.
I was dealing with
And
the
that was your
wood
job.
and getting
Your
other
job.
stuff going
Your job.
and getting the water done. You know, I've had a couple other tasks. Mr. I let weeds grow in our fields. Maybe you should worry about, you know, you not doing your job instead of me doing the job or not.
Well, you're Superman, I'm not.
So get a bale loader or something.
Do you see your money?
So fix it. There we go. Yeah, part of the consideration for being willing to take on this other work was trying to make the money so I can get tools like the map making stuffs to make the streaming better. Like, you know, actually being able to use that tool for the sci-fi game and actually having nice maps. Because while I like Tabletop Simulator for a lot of things, it's not quite living up to the quality I'd like because of the complications. $7,500 liters of straw is actually quite a lot. I think the square bales you can get are like 1,000, maybe 2,000 for the big ones.
Bale in my way.
I'm trying.
I think I'm gonna have to refresh your screen.
Ah! Got smacked in the face by a bale. I think a multiplayer of this would be a lot of fun where you have like a number of farms and each like specializes in something. So like you sell the bales to someone else. I don't know if they let you transfer money between people, but I could see that being a lot of fun to have like one person be the, you know, rancher or something. And he buys the hay from the person who's doing the farming and has, you know, spare straw, so he, you know, buys it from him. Like I said, I don't know that the game would allow, if it allows transfer of money like that, but I think that'd be fun. Our sawmill's technically not doing anything right now. because we're out of lumber again, but it's not like we really need more planks right now, given that everywhere is full. I'm actually going to go ahead and deactivate it so it's not costing us. Whoa! 3 of them. And are they still decent price? Oat drink, 512 is the highest. Sure. May actually not be the highest, I don't know. But it's still better than what we can get for the other. Nice. A little bit of money coming in. Like I said, that sells for better than selling it whole just by adding water. Which, Dragon, you know how expensive water is. And if those of you who don't know, you can get water for free.
Around my house, I get the short end of that stick.
Yeah, no kidding. Same for me. Just saying it's free on the game, not real life. Wish it was in real life.
Oh, I really get the short end of the other stick.
Why is that?
The deep well's in my yard. My deep well feeds water to 2-3 other houses.
Oof.
But yet I pay the bill.
Why do you pay the bill? If they're using it, why do you pay the bill?
Words I choose to keep to myself on the stream.
Oh. That bad.
Told my wife we need to get the landlord to get a separate meter out there, but he's like, oh, it ain't that bad.
It's technically illegal then, because he's charging you for stuff you're not using. That could be some pretty severe legal action. How are we looking? You're not close enough. See if that'll work better. What are we at for a load? 9,000. 9,000 furniture. Okay, dealt with all that. How are we doing over here, Dragon? Ah, you're spraying it off?
Yeah, I think I'm done with this one.
This field's done?
I'm still working on the field, just done with this tool.
Ah. So it's unplanted, it needs to be stoned. Cool, cool, cool. We're supposed to be getting rain soon. Oh! Sales. Ah, just a lizard. Phoenix. Another truck. I don't think we need another truck. What do you think? We already have 3 of them.
Yeah, I think we're good at the moment.
Oh yeah, I was gonna have you come over here and check the hill out and make sure that it's actually doing something. Cutting the grass. It's kind of a waste, but it'll let us see things a little better.
And another egg cultivator popped up, but we're good.
I'm bushwhacking. Sounds like Kylo Ren's helmet, really. I would not have thought that about his mic. It seems okay to me. Maybe I'm just used to Dragon sounding like Dragon.
And Dragon just got that deep voice anyway, so kind of can't win for losing.
Right. I mean, I know my voice is such a soprano voice, so... Right. If only tree work was that easy. It definitely isn't. That's the thing, like all these simulator games, right? They're not like real world. See, it's so hard to see if what I'm doing is having much of an effect. I know in theory it is, but I don't know if there's any areas that aren't responding. But I'm trying to smooth it out so we can put more on it. Because even if we do grass or something on it, it's a little bit sharp to do much with. That's why I was hoping Dragon would be able to come over and take a look and see if we're actually smoothing it out. But he's also doing really important work, so... You're doing what, Dragon?
He said, I'm on the clock and it's not looking good.
See, the problem is, there's these problem points like this that won't alter for us. And there's no real indication as to why. But as you can see, it's a lot more gradual of a slope than it was, which is a lot better for doing things like crops than the way it was. But for buildings, you actually have to have it flat. If it's not flat, it won't work. But you can't flatten that either, or you wind up with issues like we have over at the maple syrup place, where we tried to make it work and it didn't. So like right there, you can see that point isn't willing to smooth out for whatever reason. See, right here is fairly smooth now, except for this little divot. And then of course it starts sloping up sharper here because of the trees. Elevation can't be done. And then over here it's somewhat, but then it has again this little divot here that can't seem to be modified, so it's not letting it. But it's better than it was. At least we could grow grass there or something and be able to actually harvest it instead of the way it was, which is not gonna work. It was way too elevated to be able to work. Where was that other one? Somewhere over there. Yes, you didn't really modify that at all. I was trying to smooth the ground around it even. It's just an error point. Same thing here. Oh well. Should we do grapes or olives there? Should we just plant trees? I'm thinking just planting trees, but I don't know that we have the money to get what we need to plant trees. As we're like out of money, we need to get a something to harvest our other plants here soon. What do we need to plant trees? Where's the forestry stuff? There it is. Tree stump stuff, but that's not what we need. Tree planter plants new trees into the ground. Can buy pallets of saplings. That's what we want. This is firewood processor. These are loading. So $26,000. And then it doesn't come with the things we need either. Here we go. 20 trees right there. Thought we had one that had more. Here we go. 40 is 1,500. 3,000 for 120. That's probably what we'd want. But how much was it for the original? 1,000 for 20. 1,000 for 20, 1,500 for 40. Yeah, so it's better to get the 40 anyways. So yeah, that's not going to be something we can do for now. We need to make some more money before we can actually do that. That's a problem. Dragon, make more money. No, it's down to 512. Which is technically the highest. That's the funny thing, it's down to 512. That's the highest value it shows, but not always accurate. I've made more money than you have, Dragon. Because I made a whole $300 from our oat drink pallet. I'm actually considering selling the honey just so we have something for money. Eggs are still there. How much is it for additional honey things, and how much is honey going for? There is honey. 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 It's going for... Ooh, honey actually is not bad. 1,700 per 1,000? How much is it for another couple honey things? Udder dogs. 20,000. So it'd be 40,000. I don't have the ability to do that right now. Oh well. I almost feel like we just need to get some time to get some better deals on stuff. What is the current price on lumber and furniture? Probably not that great. 23.65. Yeah, not very good. Down by 200 to 1,000 liters, so it's not terrible, but every dollar right now counts. Furniture is at 34 instead of 38. Should I sell a load of planks just so we can make some more money, Dragon? What do you think? Uh-oh, lost Dragon. Either that or you can't hear us over the sound of the vehicle running. Oh yeah, see? Not all ground will be terraformed, which is really annoying. And it decided to make it jump up that sharp, because it requires the building to be on flat surface. And then we have this random divot here as well. That just... Why? Why?
Know himself. Nah.
Let's see, that's 23. That would get us 330,000. Yeah, and at least get us some wiggle room. Don't want to, but we need some wiggle room, because we're going to be spending more on other things that we need to do. Like, you know, making sure we have seed and fuel and things like that. And where are they the best price? The selling station looks like.
I was too busy trying to get unstuck between all them trees you got down here.
Do you need help?
No, I'm out, finally.
Okay. Decided I'm going to sell this 34,000 lumber at 2,000 a thousand.
You're the bright one that wants to keep trees near fields.
It'll get us 60,000 to try to have a little bit of wiggle room. Apparently brakes aren't working. This would give us enough to get the trees planted at least. We'll only have the one tractor, so we might have to wait till next month. And I was wrong. It was 80,000, not 60,000. If we have the money, I want to grab the trees and the tree planter so we can get some trees planted so we can keep the lumber going. Because lumber at least is easy turnaround of some money. I'd like to get more furniture going because the furniture is even better turnaround of capital, but you know, kind of like there we made 80,000, right? That was kind of a nice influx of cash that we badly needed. And it didn't take that long to make it. How are we looking? Fertilized. Weeds growing. Needs rolling. Nice work, by the way, Dragon. Yeah, it's straight up sinkhole over there by the maple. Yep.
Right here.
Yeah, I was actually glad you were crunching in your room, not in here, so thank you. our lovely viewers don't need to hear your crunching food. Well, right now I'm just trying to get rid of some trees so that we can have some more lumber. There are quite a few, isn't there? No, but I will. Hey? If only we could go hunting, we could make some good money. Sell some venison. Deer is venison. When you turn it into meat, the meat is called venison. Like cow is called beef, right? Well, deer is called venison. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's really
And what's pig meat called?
bacon.
That's one name for it. What's pig meat called? Bacon.
When you get time, go over to the shed and straighten up that stone picker.
Of course.
I got it stuck.
Okay. Well, you know, Counter-Strike Source had the best physics, right? Typically just horse meat, and it's not usually consumed by most of the world. In fact, it's illegal to eat horse in some places of the world.
It got stuck in our tree. Start laughing.
It is.
Funny that.
Probably not. Because it may not be publicized that way. Yeah? Did you know that I just sold all our lumber, so I'm trying to get some more? Yeah, I did, because we were out of money, and so I sold it so we have some money. Just about. Dragon's trying to get stuff planted, and so I was trying to make sure we had some money so he can actually afford seed and stuff. Yep. Well, I'm going to work on that in a minute. Dragon asked me to clean something up, so I'm going to go clean that up. And then I'm going to work on trimming the tree.
No, the stone picker in this shed, need to straighten it up for me.
Which shed?
Back here behind you.
Oh, I thought you meant in here.
I just got stuck, got a little crooked.
What do you mean? It looks like it's perfectly straight.
Now.
I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Pull our saw out. Rev it. And trim the branches so we can see what we're doing. Didn't. That's a good question. What do you think? Hold on. Now look behind me. Now what? Oh, how interesting. I thought we had done that well enough.
And as far as the I sound like I'm talking through the helmet thing, I could take that two ways. Star Wars is cool, so in a way that makes that cool.
But that guy's not cool, so it doesn't make it cool.
And then if it does sound like it's a problem, there's always plan B.
Is that to make yourself sound like a robot? No. What do you mean? What do I mean? I was talking to Dragon.
Of course, I could just need to restart something.
I think you sound okay, but I'm used to hearing you.
Yeah.
Horseradish is excellent. Excellent. You ask questions to which you know the answer in such a way that makes me confused as to if you're actually thinking about what you're saying. Maybe.
This will give us like a lot.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're doing it.
Oh.
No! That piece disappeared on me. I was trying to trim it off so it would count. Put it into the zone, but instead they had it just get cut off and disappear. What do you want me to do? Talk me through it, what you're trying to do. No. Sure. They can't be interacted with at all. Right here, right? They don't exist. I mean, they're an object there, but they don't exist as actual lumber. They're just there as decoration. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure, if that's what you want to call it. You like coming up with strange options, so go for it. It is. Oh, really? You know, that doesn't exactly apply to this situation, but it's intriguing that you would choose to say so.
No, I'm just.
only delimbing a tree was this easy. As easy as just going down it like that. You'd have to actually cut each limb off. You can't just walk down it with a chainsaw and be like, oh look, it's magically clear of limbs. Mm-hmm.
Lots of wood.
Yep. We're gonna have to rebuild our supply of wood because we got rid of it all. I sold it to make some money. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I sold it before you got back in here. Yep. Yeah, I did. That truckload of lumber I had, I sold. No, because you weren't in here at the time.
Maybe I
Yeah, it's empty because I sold it. No, don't do that.
do. Actually, like,
Would you obey, you silly, silly log?
it's not a law, it's a law.
Yes, I did.
That's where we
I know. It's just easier to move it around and stack it when you do. Alright, so we have 400 right now, right? We hit this. We have 58. Well, when we start processing it now. That's how much we put in there. So I am actually going to take this. How we doing, Dragon? Which picture? That picture to right there.
it does drop.
What?
After the drop, that was all.
What? The zero?
Uh-huh.
It's saying how much is in there. We've been over this before, dude.
Another working in the dark night.
Right? Aw, they took from all of them a little bit. But it shouldn't have taken a few from each pallet. It should have worked on one pallet. Yeah, but that's wasteful. Got 2 there. Got 2 there. You're at 9,000 there. And now I need to figure out how to get you to load. No, I'm not. Because it's not letting me interact with it. You know what? This is being a pill? I'm gonna go sell it all. Because it's still a decent price at that location. Gone down a little bit. I'm not sure, son. Nope, but apparently it's going to flip and roll. That was interesting. You know the top heavy issue in multiplayer Dragon?
Nice. I'm hoping they'll sort some of this out later on.
Agreed. What? So I pass through it when I'm flipping, but I can't drive through this little tree. That's barely bigger than a bush. At this selling point. I am never using this thing again. I jumped to a different vehicle because it wasn't letting me do anything over there. It's not cooperating very much. Interesting.
That one.
There we go. We sold it all.
How much money do?
Not too much, but a little bit. We've actually got like $500 per one of these too. Is it still at its? No, 300 per. It's gone down. No, I'm just putting it right over here. Storing it by the garbage. So once it goes back up to $500 per, we'll sell it again. But I mean, it's producing it pretty quick. September 2nd, which means tomorrow is the next month. Which I don't know if Dragon's ready for bed yet or not.
Nope.
Dragon's been working on getting the field done while I'm doing other things. He's been
Trying to
a
hurry up and get it,
big
trying to
help.
get it fertilized before time runs out.
I hear you, man. That's why I hadn't pushed to get the day swapped yet.
And then the only thing that didn't happen is his weed, but we know how that goes.
Well, we know we're going to need to weed next month, so
But I really need to get the fertilizer down.
yes. Yeah, they're not quite done yet. They're still growing. But next month, I think, is when they should be ready to harvest. I'm trying to make sure we have enough money so we can plant trees this year, so we can get them growing, so we can work on making more money. That's part of why I went ahead and sold the planks, even though I didn't really want to. I wanted to make furniture with them. It meant that we could make some money to try to have what we need to get more.
Oh, what do you?
I am out of the truck. No. Because Dragon already said. Because he's still working. He's still working on getting this field ready. Yes, it planted with wheat. And see, he's working right now. He's up late working. We can stay up with him.
I just hope I have enough fertilizer to finish it without having to go to town, or I won't make
That's
it.
fertilizer. If we need to, I'll buy another fertilizer filling station down here. So you can finish up quicker. Does this place have a light switch? I'm not seeing one. Why don't they put a light switch in here? A workshop. You can't work in the dark. That's dangerous. But that's dangerous.
Just did have enough.
Oh, perfect. Working year round. Alright, we're at 31,000 liters of wood being processed right now. That's how fast the sawmill works. It's already processed 2,000 liters of wood since I filled it up. So if we can shave down a few more of these trees, flatten a little bit more, smooth it out, and make a new area for trees and plant a whole bunch, we can then process them and roll them down the hill and just keep the sawmill going, funding itself and keeping
What time you been getting
it
up?
going.
7 or 8?
It doesn't matter either one.
Why did you sleep?
So when I say sleep, it's only on my end, or did you get
No,
it
I got
too?
the request.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Same way you do. Yep, dragon triggered the sleep. Yep,
On the sleep by himself.
yep, because he's skilled. No, he did. I was down here.
So now I can get more fertilizer and fertilize the second time,
Yep.
and any weeds that need to be
Can
taken
you
care of.
check the map quickly, see if the sunflower is ready or still growing? I'm doing our maple syrup daily activity of loading up.
Hold on out.
Maple syrup.
Oh, right.
You're ready
There was
to
a-
harvest.
Also, back in
Okay.
syrup.
So we need to get that done too. We can probably still do it tomorrow. So either one's
Just
fine.
remember that's harvest and replant in one day. That's tight.
If you need to replant next month, we can pick something that can be replanted or let it grow grass or something.
So you skip a month on it.
If we have to. It's not ideal, but do what needs to be done. I'm working on all the other things still, so that's why I kind of leave that part to you.
So where did you say I could get fertilizer at? Didn't you say you had a fertilizer thing
Yeah,
somewhere?
up by our shed. Right across from the other field.
What all are we supposed to be able to get there?
Everything.
See, I bagged the seed thing over there to try to get seeds, and I couldn't get seeds.
That's why you have pups.
I don't know if it's because of you can't back the seeder that close to it.
Hey, I don't see a back up there.
Bring it up there. Let's take a look. Or, well, I guess you need to do the other one. So, head on up there. I'll
Usually
jump up
with,
there and
with
take a
the
look.
cedar, usually I think I buy first and then just back up close enough to refill. So I don't know how that would work in that concept. I don't know.
It's not letting me
I
jump.
guess the
there.
same
Can I
concept
jump
with this
here?
too. So we'll see.
Hey, look, we got more oat drink. Sure. I'm just trying to make sure we store it. For now. We don't want to lose any.
Oh,
No, I have to move it to the right just a little bit for it to sell. That's why I'm moving it here.
And that's that shed across the main road, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna go stand by it. I was moving the oat drink while you were coming. So, fertilizer is what you're asking for? Is right here.
Yeah, at the moment.
That's this one. And you should have this little doohickey here. You just go to. And it should say filled. This one over here is the seed in lime.
Could have been the fact that I'm having a hard time getting that close to that one over there.
Yeah, you might have to back in. If we do move stuff around, let me know. But it's a lot nicer than having to drive all the way to the store. Which was the point.
but freaking all the way.
It doesn't, the store automatically refills it. That's what this station's for, is to buy food. And that one's to buy fertilizer, and that one's to buy...
in a little bit.
Yeah, when you need to. You got other stuff on your plate right now, man. I'm not trying to rush you.
And to plow out, to plow, roll, and every plant and all this stuff with a certain time frame is tight.
Yeah. No. Luckily they won't. Because it's magic. And let me guess, we need to weed it and we need to spray it.
Wish there was a better way to see
Growing.
what
We don't have to...
sprayed and what I need to spray.
You should be able to see on the map. So you have my stream up, so let me do this so you can see. If we go here, and no, not that one. This one. You can see right here the dark blue. You've done the double fertilized.
Yeah.
Over here hasn't been double
When you're
fertilized.
driving by, looking at a map is a little hard.
No, I know. I thought there was some way to get it to show on the mini map, but I don't know that there is. There it goes. It updated now. Yep. So far looking good. And then there's just that little wing piece and then a slight wedge of the main field. You can see which way he's driving too. He's driving up there to spray that little section, and then he's going to hit that little section. And then he's got to refill and come down and spray this one. Yep. Perfect, Dragon. Yeah, the two little dots mean they didn't get the plowing they needed. And the other dot says it needs lime, I think. Yeah. So one little speck needs lime, and 3 little specks need plowing. But everything else has been sprayed.
Considering the hills and the trees, hey.
Oh, I'm not that worried about it, yeah.
Oh, they just turned blue.
No, they turned green. These 3 are saying there's weeds there as well. But still, I'm not too surprised. They're not that great of an area. Dragon did a great job.
There are bushes in.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let me check our current prices. Oat drink is $4.85 and going up. We need to go up. We do not sell below 500.
500?
No. No. It's 480.
480?
485 right now. So it's down here. We want it to be up here.
So that field should be good to go now.
Yes. Let me check. What is good for planting? Planting this month is wheat and barley still. So if we are able to get it done, we can plant another thing of wheat. If we don't, then there's nothing that can be planted until February. Well, no, that's not true. Next month can still plant grass. Which we still haven't got our sheep yet because of everything else we've been trying to get done. Oh, discount. Discount. We have a cultivator. Prepare field for the next sowing. You have a slurry tanker. Do we want a slurry tanker?
Scroll to the end.
Front loader used to stack various things. This is a tipper trailer used to transport different types of crops. This is just grapes.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Yeah. This is a slurry tanker and a slurry tanker. Yep, 2 different slurry tankers. I'm seeing the difference. They aren't saying their width. This one is 13 meters cubed, and this one's 20 meters cubed. Do we want a slurry tanker?
We get cows. How are you?
When we can, okay? We are low on money. We may buy this since it's on sale, so we can use the slurry when we get the cows and pigs.
I didn't know pig buys at cows.
I know. We're working on it, okay? We are working on it.
Off their sheep.
Okay, so if we look here,
Yes, I had a two-part question. What's the size different, and what's the sales price difference?
so if we look at it, the sale price difference is just under 30,000 to a little over 50,000. So 28 plus K and 53K.
So one's 50% off, one's 55% off.
Correct. One is 13 meters cubed, and one is 20 meters cubed for space. That's a good bit extra for space. And one has 220 horsepower, one has 150. So the big one's definitely holds a good bit more, but it doesn't look like
the horsepower one pretty much done me in.
The bigger one is probably better, but they both would need a what do you call it? Attachment to actually spray. So there is a 6 and a 21 meter spraying. 21 meter spraying is not bad. It's 70,000 for it, but we can try to look for it on sale. But it's compatible with both, I believe. I'm so glad that you feel that way. No, the one only can have a 6 meter. So the smaller one, the cheaper one, can only have a 6 meter, where the larger one can actually handle the bigger sprayer and have a 21 meter working area. Yes, I want the smallest one possible. Or we could just look at getting a truck that could have a tank that does it and has the sprayer on it. But then it only does a 5 to 10 meter spray. We can always hold off on it for now since we don't have it, the slurry being produced. Thanks, bud. Not exactly. Oh, I just saw the time. We need to wrap it up. I'm going to leave it on so Dragon can finish his work. But I need to call it there to make sure Lil'Dude gets his bath on time and dinner gets done on time. Thank you all for being here. I will be back next weekend. We'll do some more. And hopefully get the sheep then. I am sorry, Lil'Dude. I meant to get them today. I actually was going to try to get cows today for you. I understand, but we don't have any flat area to do it unless we sacrifice our fields. So we're trying to get the money so we can buy the property over there and be able to put it there. Here, I'll run over there and quickly show you. I'll bring everyone else back to quickly show them where I want to build this sheep to, what I was thinking. So, if we come over here, see it's not very flat here. So I was considering chopping these trees and try to flatten this some. But I was also going to grab this chunk of land that we don't own and see if we can flatten it so that the sheep can be in this area. Does that work for you? But we can't do that yet because we don't have the money for it. Yes, I can run at one of the deer. Well, we tell bye to everyone. Thank you all for being here. I do hope you thoroughly enjoyed. We'll be back later tonight for something else, and then throughout the week. Be sure to follow and turn on notifications if you haven't, and we will see you all next time. And until then, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you all then. And here's Lil'Dude signing off. Don't scream.
And then, hello!
No, I said don't scream. Don't scream. You're hurting people's ears. That's not nice. Don't hurt people's ears. How many times do I have to tell you
I
that?
removed my headphones.
Yeah, well, that's why I warned you before I did it. He was asking me to do it right away, but I made a warning on purpose. Sorry, everyone, if we blew your ears. That's Lil'Dude for you all, and hope you enjoyed getting your eardrums blown.
I'm finished with the fertilizer, so we can go now. I can do everything. It still needs weed, but we can do that when we come back to it next time.